with songs.
The following program comes to you in color.
Coming to you live and direct in Filmo sound, it's Runway DFW live and in color from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. Well, hello everybody. My name is Walt and I'll be here with you for the next 4 hours or so. Our plan is to bring you the action from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport through noon Central Time, at which we will go off the air. We'll send you over to our pals Kevin and Rudy. I don't know if Rudy's there today, but Kevin and Rudy at Airline Videos Live. So you've got a full day of Memorial Day weekend airplane streaming ahead of you. We are here, of course, at Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. We've got a lot of stuff to bring you. Let's see what's on the docket for this morning. Looking at, let's see here, heavy, any, that's not right. Well, we should have, we did miss Korean Air cargo. No, we didn't miss that. We did miss Korean Air coming in from Seoul. And I apologize for that. I think we'll be able to bring you that departure, though, when it happens. Before noon time, before noon o'clock. Got our crane shot today. It is attached. Now we've got a wind today. Let me see what the wind is looking like here. Wind, METAR. So the wind, 18 knots, 21 miles an hour. Gusting to 26 knots, 30 miles an hour. So it's a little breezy. 78 degrees Fahrenheit, 26 degrees Celsius. And I see so many of our mods in today, but first, we've got a flight coming in from Japan. It's the JAL A350-1000 with the A350-1000 sticker on the rear of the fuselage. One of their new planes coming in from Tokyo. So JAL is sending their newest aircraft here to DFW. This one would have been delivered late last year. Let me get out my... So one thing I didn't get out is my phone with the... with Flight Radar 24 on it. So that's Flight 12. And that particular aircraft, well, it dates back to October of 23. That may be the first of the JAL A350-1000s, because I think that's why it's got that insignia on it. So in addition to being breezy, it's a little bit hazy this morning. We'll see how that plays out during the morning. I was hoping it would be more cloudy today, because of course in the mornings here we get the we're kind of shooting straight into the sun, so not the best photographically, but we'll have some interesting things for you to see. A handsome aircraft, that is. So I was going to say we've got a lot of our mods here this morning. We've got Josh Aldrich right there. Hello, Josh. We've got Gerard. And I thought I put his message in earlier. Ryan Paulding says Korean Air scheduled to depart 11:55 a.m. So that, if that pans out, then that should be the one of our final flights. Cheers! I have my iced Americano. It was kind of sliding around on the desk because of all of the wind. So let's see, we've got a Delta plane about to blast off. Flight 1291 to Salt Lake City, an Airbus A320 on runway DFW. A very pleasant good morning to you, or good evening, or good afternoon, wherever you may be on this big blue marble. You know, it's funny, in Denton, Texas, where my grandson lives, as we drive him to school, there's a house that has all sorts of slogans written on it. And the bottom line is the person who lives there believes in a flat earth. And they've got a telescope outside outside their house with a level on top of it, you know, indicating that the earth is flat and level. And how they arrive at this conclusion, I have no idea, but that's what they do. American Flight 899 to Lubbock, Texas is rolling down the runway. Let's see if we can get it here. You know, there it is.
American 853, taking in, we're 4.5 outside of leg right, 18 right, ILS.
Wheels up to Lubbock, Texas. Let's greet some of our viewers. Thomas K. says morning from Northwest Ohio. Mr. Phil is saying hello. And I hope you're feeling a little bit better. Mr. Phil says windy day means bad hair day. Well, you will notice that I have a hat on, so plus there's not that much hair to begin with. Jeff in Mass says that was JAL's first A350-1000. Certainly a loss for Boeing. I hear tell that that's a pretty snazzy plane inside. M. Iceman 942 Hammer says good morning, Walt and everyone. A member of the channel. Jeff in Mass 1 says, do I have any idea why American Airlines has not ordered the 777-8 or -9? I don't know. I would imagine it would have something to do with uncertainty about what Boeing is capable of getting out the door these days. But I have no inside information about that. Obviously, aircraft for any airline are, you know, their biggest investments. And I believe I read that Boeing just agreed to pay a $1 billion fine related to problems it's had with its MAX series of aircraft, which of course are, you know, bread and butter for Boeing. So Michael Moore BHM channel member says good morning, Walt. Happy Memorial Day weekend. And we salute all of our military personnel who have sacrificed for the nation. Just Plain Crazy channel member working and lurking. It was good to see her the other night. So we told you about the wind. It is a south wind today, so we're in south flow. The plane's coming in from the north landing and taking off towards the south. The plane that just landed was American Flight 1066 from Mexico City, a 737-800. Now, crossing into our view is American Eagle 3983 to Laredo, Texas. An Embraer 175. We'll see a lot of those this morning. American Eagle flying those and the CRJ 701s.
Down on boy 3369, ILS 1 here. Boy 3369, 837, we want to make sure the land holds short of
We get a little relief from the sun with the sun going behind a cloud bank there. A Few Trains At is celebrating a year, 2 years and a month of being a member, one of our original members. Thank you, A Few Trains At. The sun is shining in Helsinki, where he is right now. Pretty nice and warm too for 4:17 in the afternoon. 25 months down, many still to go. Much appreciation for your long-term support, A Few Trains At. Helsinki, of course, one of the destinations you can get to from here directly on Finnair. Flight 853 from San Luis Potosi was that American Airlines Airbus A319 from the turn of the century. Laura C., channel member, says, "What a treat, coffee with Walt." Well, thank you for saying that. Well, not to be outdone by 25 months of Runway DFW membership, here comes Steve Lundaby. Thank you, Steve. Saying, good morning, all. Hope everyone's having a great day. 25 months, looking forward to the next 25 months. Big shout out to all current and former military. Thank you, Steve. Our friend Texas Girl says, we've got Qatar. That should be another, I think that will be an A350-1000 arriving from Doha. So many friends checking in this morning. We haven't done a Sunday morning broadcast in quite a while. It used to kind of be a staple of our channel, and I don't know, we may get back to doing that again. We do get to see on a morning broadcast some friends we don't always get to see on the late night shows here in the Central Time Zone from around the world. So Rohit Parkal saying hello from a muggy and wet southern India. Nice to see you live early in the morning. And there's Skittles. Wow, you're up early, Skittles, at 6:22. What a great way to wake up. Aw, thank you, Skittles. And again, we're here to kind of serve as a little sorbet for our pal Kevin at Airline Videos Live. Yeah, when his show begins at noon Central Time, we'll go off the air. Now you see there my favorite American Airlines livery. It is flight 1209, a 737-800 going to Albuquerque, New Mexico. It's a 12-year-old aircraft, but with the livery that American ditched about 12 years ago, with the AA, the little eagle on the tail, the red, white, and blue stripe down the fuselage. Now that's a livery. Mr. Phil in agreement. And Rohit says, haven't seen that livery in a minute. You know, I haven't either. Ryan Paulding, also a fan. Now, American does have even an older livery than this. And we learned, I think it was on our last Friday night program, somebody said that it suffered some damage in a runway, got bumped or something. The Astrojet American Airlines livery, which I don't like as much. That's a little too old-fashioned. This one really holds up to me. This one is classic. So anyway, the American Airlines Astrojet livery is apparently still hanging out in Philadelphia. Last time it was flown was in December, so it must have gotten a pretty good bump. Can't remember if it banged into another plane or some ground equipment damaged it. I can't remember what the story was on that. But this, gleaming in the morning sun, chef's kiss. Mwah. Karen Monson, also a fan of this look, with what they call the cheat line. The airlines, for the most part, have abandoned that scheme. We say good morning or good evening to Devin Barnes in Australia. A few trains at says I was reading that an Air New Zealand had an issue and had to fly depressurized from Australia to New Zealand. I think it was yesterday when it made that flight. That's interesting. I would imagine it would have had to operate at a lower altitude for that. So this is kind of a treat. I really like this. Of course, as we've said many times, the reason American abandoned this look, the bare metal look, was because newer planes were being fabricated, at least partially, with composite materials, which aren't quite as shiny as aluminum. Photo bomb. Well, new and the old. Michael Moore BHM says, I like that look. Brings back memories when I first traveled for business. I remember they ran some great commercials back then as well. Yeah, my favorite commercial was a Delta jingle. Delta is ready when you are. It's very bouncy and memorable. I don't know why they abandoned that. Maybe because they're not ready anymore. I don't know. Texas Girl, 1 hour and 48 minutes, China Airlines. And that should be a 747, I do believe. We do have a 747 on recording for you that we'll play back at some dull moment during the morning. It's the Korean Air 747 taking off, and I can't even pardon me. Sorry. The Korean Air 747 going to, I can't even remember where it was going. Let me see if I can dredge that information up here. Because it would be good to tell you where it had been going. And I'm not seeing it now. Oh well. Also, right after 11 o'clock this morning, if everything is accurate, which is what, about 3 hours from now, we should be seeing the Qantas Yam Dreaming livery coming in from Sydney. And that is a very nice looking aircraft. The Will Life Imagine says, I want to see the American Retro livery. Well, you'll have to rewind, because I don't think we'll be seeing that again. Well, we would if we were here long enough, but we will be checking out before then.
KR now B Park.
Ah, there's the ATC.
18 left, line up, wait for 26, Good day, 36.
Nick Family channel member says, good morning, Walt. My husband and I came out to watch in person. We are behind you. Nick Family, there you are. So good to see you. They're channel members. Let's see, do we see them on the wide shot here? No, that's not framed for them. Oh, wait a minute. Let's turn around. Hold on. And you're on. There's the Nick Family. One of them has a Buc-ee's t-shirt on. You what? Oh, you're the one that's knitting. Okay. Knitting or crocheting. Yes. I told my wife about you the other night. Where's your...
I didn't bring it. I brought my husband instead.
Oh, okay. She said she brought her husband instead of knitting, so... Oh, that's fun. All right. What we got here? Oh, look at this. Speaking of retro liveries, which everybody loves, I think. And it's coming into your view now. Yes. World Airlines. So that's another favorite. Also got the cheat line going. This is another 737-800. It's American Flight 389 to Mexico City. 12-year-old plane being photobombed at the moment by that A321 going to Seattle, which is Flight 767, which is very confusing. Flight 767 and Airbus A321. Go figure. So retro livery enthusiasts, we've got you covered here this morning on Runway DFW. Ryan, also a fan of the TWA retro livery. Jeff in Mass, I miss TWA. I flew in a 747 and L1011 from Boston to JFK and back. Marco Celli noting there is the TWA Hotel JFK Airport, and that's true, and I guess that is where our pal Kevin is off to later this week for a couple of shows, I believe on Wednesday and Thursday, from the TWA Hotel on Airline Videos Live. I'll look forward to that. Cornell Harrison says, huh? We thought TWA went out of business. Well, here's the thing. American Airlines, in its current form, has a lot of heritage to it in terms of other airlines that have, you know, if you look at the family tree of American Airlines, there's a lot of other different airlines that point up to the current American Airlines, including America West, which it merged with, and TWA, which was folded in and then decommissioned, so to speak. We've got Allegheny and Mohawk and PSA and AirCal, all these airlines, and American has these special liveries to kind of honor and celebrate its heritage, and so this is one of them. So it is an American Airlines plane. I think it says American there on the front. Yes, confusingly enough, but it's got the TWA livery and tail insignia. And once again, this is an international flight bound for Mexico City. And we do have scratchy ATC today, don't we? I do believe this plane is now cleared for takeoff.
21, 50 taxi, Echo and Alpha, hold short, runway 18 left. Echo, Alpha, hold short. Envoy 3521, taxi via Bravo, hold short, runway 18 right. Turn at the B park, runway 18 left, clear for takeoff.
Runway left, turn at B park, clear for takeoff.
Taxi 2341, the DFW Tower, runway 18 left, line up and wait.
Runway 18 left, American 2341.
Go with 6218, still clear to land, runway 18 right, hold short of taxi, traffic.
Oh, we need to do that one over again. Okay. Not my best work.
Traffic takeoff on the left, starting after Laren, American 2341.
Okay, we got a plane arriving from Denver, Colorado. American Flight 2078 and Airbus A321.
B park 1 left, clear for takeoff, making 19 left.
2341, contact departure, take care.
Engine fire, we'll see you at American 2341.
Look over at the big American flag on this Memorial Day weekend and you can see that's a very big flag and it is getting stiffened by the breeze this morning here at DFW Airport. We have several aircraft currently waiting to take off. Looks like the first out of the gate will be an Embraer 175 to Monterey, American Eagle Flight 3703. Which is it in that shot? I can't tell. I think we just see the tail in that shot. That's a locked down shot for the most part. It is a hazy, somewhat hazy Sunday morning here.
Tower, 2233 established on the localizer 18 right.
2233, 18 right, clear to land, hold sort of sense their problems for crossing traffic.
18 right and hold short of Runway Bravo at 2233.
Envoy 37 at 03, RNAV to Winter, runway 18 left to take off.
RNAV Winter, 18 left, clear for takeoff, Envoy 37.
All right, we got a takeoff going here.
Left line up a wing. 18 left, line up a wing, American 1154. Okay, 4816, Echo and Alpha, hold short, runway 18 left. American 2086, departs to west. American 2086, join Bravo and hold short, runway 18 right.
Lost it. We send our thanks to Heath Shelton, a Runway DFW channel member who has gifted 5 memberships. And those new members include the Weird Doking, Jet Setter Bound 747, Sarah B., Marcos Garcia, and David Bohannon. So thank you again, Heath. And he says welcome to all the new Runway DFW members. So nice. It's a nice gesture. We've got Teresa, channel member, saying good morning. Hello there. Our channel member Patrick Lloyd says good morning from North Carolina. Good to see so many of our viewers here on this Sunday morning in the central time zone of the USA. Let's see, what do we got here? Coming up, going out is flight 2081 to Sacramento, California, in Airbus A321. The aircraft this morning taking off on runway 18 left and landing on 18 right here on the east, on the west side of the airport. I believe I heard that runway 13 right, which we don't see from here, but it's to the west of us, was closed, and I don't know if that was only temporarily or if it's closed for the rest of the day or the morning. I don't know. There you see our our control room view. You can see all of our cameras. That's American Flight 1830 to Guadalajara, Mexico. That's going to be an Airbus A319. $19.99. A 20th century aircraft, which we salute musically.
American 2193 inbound for ILS 18 right.
Ryan Paulding says, any plans for a penthouse this year? You know, I haven't thought about that. We're talking about the east and west sides of the airport. We don't get to see the planes landing and taking off on the east side because we're on the west side. And the only way I've found to do that, at least legitimately, is to get a room at the penthouse, which is, I think it's the Marriott Hotel. They've got balcony rooms which overlook the east side. Now it's a little far away, but you do get a very nice panoramic view. And the last time we were there, which I think now is 2 years ago, we were there for an evening broadcast, and then we were there early the next morning for a pre-checkout transmission. So that's it. I hadn't really thought about that, so let me give that some consideration. Well, while we're waiting for this, oh, there it goes. I'll watch a plane come in. This arrival from Austin, Texas.
All right, American 2415 after the 73 all the way down to Whiskey Foxtrot, and Captain, pre-occupied right now, and we may have to return. Disregard. All right,
Flight 2233, 737-800. Cheeto Productions says good morning. Me and the wifey just got back from church. Nice to see an AM stream. Have a wonderful week. Thank you, Cheeto Productions. Zoe is checking in from North Carolina. Thanks for joining us this morning. Rohit Parkal said, my girlfriend insisted I get my hair colored. I had a salt and pepper hair, now it's dark brown, and I look silly. Well, what can I say? If your girlfriend is happy, right?
Runway 18 left line up to wait.
Then don't question it too much. So the pilots are contending with a bit of a breeze this morning. They're flying into the south wind, but it is a bit gusty. And that was Flight 941 arriving from Monterrey in Mexico, an Airbus A319. Stephen S., who is a channel member and a long-term viewer, says, I found you. Keep up the good coverage. You are the second plane spotting channel I have been to in person. So, is that him? Are you Stephen? We're going to say hello to Stephen. Hold on. And you're on. You're on. There's Stephen. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for that super chat. Much appreciated. Kevin says good morning to all. Hello, Kevin.
18 left line for wait
We've got an CRJ 701ER coming in from Durango. American Eagle 6302, did I read that right? Now, if we had Ascending Dragon 1 here in the chat room, I could ask him if smaller planes like American Eagle, which he flies, are less or are harder to land than a bigger plane would be in a windy condition. As we look at a Sun Country Tide Pod livery, this is a 787. It's not 787, silly me, 737. 800, going to its home base of Minneapolis, St. Paul. Hey, look who's here. It's 757 Chip, Quadjet channel member, says good morning, Walt Mods and fellow Av Geeks. And Chip stopped by a couple weeks ago. It was always good to see him. We'll see a plane coming in over here on the east side from Cleveland. American Flight 2231, 737-800. And because it's coming in on the east side, we won't get to see it land. We will have to assume that all went well with that landing. Another American Eagle flight in view now. Embraer 175 from Rapid City.
Going forward, American 2450, thanks for your help.
Now, I don't know if you can tell, but the sun has dipped behind the clouds here, at least momentarily, and it does make our view a little bit better. It kind of evens out the lighting. And I think we'll be getting more of this. It looks like above us are cloudy skies. So that's kind of what it looks like overhead. I kind of welcome that. Brandon Rabbit says, morning y'all, found out I came down with COVID yesterday. Ugh, stuck in bed. And that was after I refereed a hockey game, was exhausted afterwards. That is not good, but of course I hope you're getting the regimen of medications that are required to help you get over it. As we look at an Airbus A321 coming in from San Antonio, Texas, American Flight 2377, here on Runway DFW. Brandon says, we'll be making a call to many doctors that can drug me up. Well, yeah, do take care of yourself, Brandon. And it might be advisable to, if you spent time close to anybody at the hockey game, to let them know, just as a precaution. That is American Flight 1331. It will be going shortly to Santa Ana, California, 737-800. Jeff in Mass 1 says, FYI, Sun Country's CEO said that he's either open to be purchased or to purchase another airline. That'd be interesting. Well, it is the top of the hour here. You're watching Runway DFW live and in color from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. Does that music make this sound, is that over-promising and under-delivering? I don't know. And of course, this will do it. We're brought to you in Filmo Sound. Now, if I could only keep up that tempo for the next 3 hours. But that's how long we'll be with you, if, assuming everything, we don't have any technical problems. So far, so good. We'll be streaming through noon Central Time, when we will shove you over to our pal Kevin at Airline Videos Live for his big Sunday show. So a full day of Memorial Day weekend plane watching. Francis, that sounds like you're about to read the news. Well, a lot of our music does come from, almost all of our music was originally meant for radio. And if it has a 70s sound, that's because that's when it dates back to. So, yeah. Jeff and Mass, thank you for that. Ryan Paulding, Walt, what airlines are no longer that you would like to see make a comeback if they could? I guess I'd have to say my top one for that would be Pan Am. Pan Am makes the going great.
1034 on the left 418 right. 1034
So next out, American Flight 2655 to Portland, Oregon. It's an Airbus A321, which you'll be seeing shortly. Coming in from the left side of your screen. We'll give you a little preview here. There it is. Steve B says Filmo Sound is great. Oh, we're so happy you like it. I think we're exclusive to Filmo Sound. I mean, there's a lot of streaming channels, but you only see Filmo Sound here. I do have to explain that the Filmo Sound logo, where is it? That logo is on a 16mm projector in my garage. It's a Bell & Howell Filmo Sound, which I got, I think, from Goodwill in Indianapolis way back when. And it was so weird because it actually came from, I guess it was donated or given to Goodwill by the university I went to in Indianapolis, Butler University. And I do have some 16 millimeter film. I don't know what condition it's in anymore. But one of these days I'm going to have to clean that up and see what I can do with it. I think I've told you before that I did have I did a story when I was a reporter in Indianapolis about an air show, and I think, as I recall, I interviewed a wing walker, and I've been desperately trying to think if I have that video somewhere, because I think that's one of the only aviation related stories I did. I'd be interested to see it, but I don't think it would be very good. So what did we say that was coming from Guadalajara? An Airbus A319 flight 1034, an 11-year-old Airbus A319. Ronald Smith says, Filmo sound makes life better if it brings Runway DFW to us. Well, thank you, Ronald. Cheers to all of you with my rapid, well, the ice has now melted from my iced Americano, but it's still kind of cool. So cheers to you all. Let's see. There's a plane. Where's it going? Well, that one's going to Salt Lake City. Another plane coming in here. That looks to be an Airbus A321.
Runway 18 left, line of weight, Skyway 6369.
Coming in from Kansas City, flight 1261. I'm really digging this cloud cover. Digging, that's a term the kids are using these days.
Short, 18 left, it was Mike American 12.
But yeah, we're getting blessed, I guess, by not having the sun beaming down on us right now. American Flight 1655, is that right? Yes. This comes to us by way of Phoenix, Arizona, on Runway DFW, live from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Texas. Welcome to you if you're new to the channel. get an indication of how busy this airport is. There's 3 American Airlines planes crossing over there from the hangar area. Over to pick up passengers on this Memorial Day weekend. And for those of you who might be curious, we have 2 UPS jets parked over there. There's fairly limited UPS action here on a Sunday, maybe until the evening hours, so we won't likely see much of that. Jeff in Mass with a very Boeing 757 super chat. Walt, here's to everything you do behind the scenes for us to enjoy. Thank you. Thank you, Jeff. That's very kind of you. Ryan Paulding said, looked like Stephen was camera shy earlier. Well, you know, I don't like to put anybody on camera who doesn't want to be on camera. And it's quiet now here, so I think what I'll try to do, let's see, do I have this here? Let me call up our video of the Korean Air 747. So I'm going to take out this time bug there, because this will have its own time bug on it, I think. So this was before we went on the air, and I think in a moment we'll be able to see when that was. And for some reason my screen is blocking that out. 725, is that what it says? But anyway, the I don't know if there is Korean. I would guess Korean Air is going to paint its cargo planes in the same new livery, with a kind of a darker metallic blue with the big word Korean on the side. I wonder if it'll say Korean Cargo. I do not know. But at any rate, we'll watch this for a little while because we just have no or very limited activity here. Josh Aldrich says the Queen of Seoul. Yes. And Alex Martinez likes that color. It's a very distinctive color, and I thought that livery was getting a little dated. Especially, I'm not a fan of the font where it says Korean Air Cargo. I thought, I don't know, for some reason it just looked to me a little bit old-fashioned. So I really do like the new livery. I haven't seen it in person yet, but I've seen enough pictures of it to know that I like it. Brandon Rabbit, thank you for your kind comments.
Shot across 180 left, make the 180 and hold short on...
The Will Life Imagine says old livery will be missed eventually. I've got to go back and look at where this plane was going. And I don't know if I can... Let's see, if I do this, if I play back to today, but I don't know what time this was in UTC. Let's see. Let's say 12. I should have made a mental note. A big thank you to Steve Lundaby, who has delivered unto us 5 Runway DFW gift memberships. Thank you, Steve. Keith PDX, Brian S., Austin YB, Country Roads, and Never Stop Chasing are the newest members of Runway DFW, so thank you. And again, we're watching a replay from around 7:30 this morning of this Korean Air cargo jet taking off. The Weird Doking channel member says, how often does Hawaiian Airlines fly in to DFW Airport? They do not. I don't know if they ever have, but they do not. If you want to get to Hawaii from here, it's American Airlines, at least as far as a non-stop flight goes. Chad Hart, a member for now almost 2 years. Hey, Walt, thanks for the kind words on Albert. Yes, Chad lost his cat of, I believe, 12 years a day or two ago, and so we are sending him our condolences and best wishes. And, you know, Mrs. Runway DFW and I lost a cat about a month ago, our beloved Mises, and so we know what you're going through, Chad. So there we go. I think Texas Girl said we are looking forward to a China Airlines cargo plane coming in later this morning, so we should see a second 747, but this one, of course, pre-recorded for your viewing enjoyment. Francis says, I prefer this Korean livery. I got a model of the passenger 747 to remember before they all got changed. I think we're about to lose that image. So if you're watching Flight Radar 24, don't be confused. That was recorded a little after 7:30 this morning. So now we're back to live. We'll put in our live time so you don't get confused. We'll say hello to some of the grackles who are visiting us this morning, looking for stuff that people may have dispensed with on the, what is that, a slice of pizza there? What is that? I believe it is. And now they're fighting over it. Well, this is very interesting. Look at that. Grackle fight.
Orange Dallas Tower, United 729 is Netty inbound, 28 right. United 729, get 3 tower on 1 right, clear the land, wing 100, 14.
Will the grackles make peace after their battle over a slice of pizza? Find out on the Grackles of DFW. Okay, so good to see you.
Yeah, nice to see you. I caught LA flights, those guys, the one guy there in JFK a couple weeks ago.
Oh, wow.
So it's kind of fun to see all the stuff. I live in Portland, Oregon.
Oh, wow, you get around.
So it's kind of fun to see some of the channels.
Yeah, how they set up and what they do, yeah.
It's also kind of interesting how many channels there are now.
I know,
Yeah,
I know. Well,
this is a nice vantage.
it is. It's not as close as you would.
It's not as close as some. Like JFK, you're actually on that hotel.
Yeah.
This is nice.
On the way, 18.
It is. I, you know, hey, it's free and
Yeah.
parking is free and it's got pretty good security, so.
Yeah, it's hard to get into that. It's hard to get into the JFK one.
Yeah, I've
Tight
heard that.
environment.
I've never been there. I look forward to getting there someday.
Keep it up.
Okay, thank you so much.
Take care.
Here's Jane Welshie lady says, hello everyone. Ryan says, most people hate those birds, but I love them. I think they have interesting personalities. Well, they certainly do make their presence known. And again, you're not missing too much aviation-wise. I wonder what part of the pizza they like. Do they like the sauce, the cheese, the crust? I know there was a big deal in New York about, was it a rat dragging a pizza around? Somebody got a video of that, but who knows? Maybe we'll go viral now with the grackle pizza.
18 left, clear for takeoff, left stop, 73.
We got an airplane landing over there. It's a United, but our main camera is still focused on the pizza grackles. Maybe they've gotten everything they want now. It's not quite as much of a crowd over there as there was. I'm king of the pizza. I'd like some too. Oh, thank you. Now I've got some. I'm going to take it back. I'm going to put my foot down. No, you're not. Yes, I am. It's getting extremely windy right now. I guess they've done with that. You can see how windy it is based on my fluttering overshirt. There you see American Flight 1756 to Denver. Hello.
Ask you, what are you doing?
This is a live YouTube channel called Runway DFW.
Oh.
And we're just doing a live broadcast.
Okay. I'll have my YouTube DFW. Cool.
How far have you've been cycling?
Yes.
How far have you come?
About 20 miles.
Whoa. So this is a break.
Yes, we're taking a break and watching. I've never been here before.
Oh, well, that's where did you come? Can I ask where you rode from?
From Euless.
Euless, okay.
I knew this was here, I just didn't ever know how to get to it.
It's not the most prominent. The signs are kind of not great, but well, how far do you have left to go?
About 20 more miles.
20 miles? Wow. So you're halfway done. Are you with a group?
I'm with that guy that's sitting right over there.
Okay.
Not that guy, the one with the helmet on.
Oh, I see him. Okay. Well, have a safe rest of the ride. How long do you rest for?
Oh, just maybe 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Ah. Okay. Well, thank you.
All right, thanks for talking to me.
Yep. Okay, we got a plane coming in here. This is Flight 731. It's Qatar Airways coming in from Doha. It's an A350-1000 on Runway DFW on a Sunday morning. large airplane, indeed. That's our second.
2029 ILS runway 18 right, park left.
Our second international wide-bodied arrival.
Quit land runway 18 right, American 2029. Over departure 2048. You guys have a good one.
And it's a long flight, almost 8,000 miles. A trip of 15 hours and 43 minutes on its way now to Terminal D for deplaning as the sun comes back out. And there you can see in the background what we believe to be the superstructure of the new Terminal F here at DFW Airport, which we learned last month will be solely occupied by American Airlines. It will have 31 gates. It will be able to serve domestic and international passengers. And it's due to be open in the year 2027. Larry Brown wants to know, how would those grackles go against a New York City pizza rat? That's hard to know. Esther Grissom has favored us with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Esther. The Will Life Imagine says that 747 China Airlines plane is still an hour away. Thank you for that. Ranger says, last time I was at Doha, I saw an American Airlines plane to my surprise. I had no idea there were direct flights from Philadelphia. Well, I think, we don't have any American Airlines flights from here. We do have 2 daily Doha-bound flights. I think both of them are A350-1000s. So we have 2 A350-1000s now down there. You see that Japan Airlines tail there. We saw that arrive earlier, and here comes the Qatar flight, which I think parks a little further back on Terminal D where we can't see it park, I think. I guess we'll find out here. Just Aviation says the A350, such a beautiful aircraft it is. Never been on one, must say. Turn things around now for a smaller member of the Airbus family, the A319, coming in from Querétaro in Mexico on Runway DFW. On our first Sunday morning broadcast, I didn't even go back and look and see when our last Sunday morning broadcast was. It's been a while.
Short of 18 left, Golf 8, American 1432.
So let's see, we've still got an American A321 that going to Denver. I don't know if does Denver have some weather issues right now. Perhaps it's sitting there waiting for that, or maybe there's a slot problem it's got to wait for. I don't know. Meanwhile, there's another A321 going to San Francisco, which is about ready to take off. I guess it's going to get in line ahead of this one. Tazzy and Joe's Adventure says, good morning, Walton, Runway DFW family. How's everyone doing today? We are smoking. Ben Rosen says, Walt, do you know why BA stopped service with the A380s at DFW? And yes, we, in fact, in addition to stopping service with the A380s, British Airways stopped or suspended its service to DFW Airport. And apparently the reason has to do with having problems with its fleet. Specifically, I believe Rolls-Royce engines on some of its planes. So some of its planes are out of service, which means that it has fewer aircraft with which to operate. And so since British Airways has a solid one world partner here with American Airlines, they're part of the same airline group, the One World affiliation. American added a flight. So now American has 5 daily flights from here to London and back. And British has suspended its service here. And it had been flying the A380 on a daily basis. So we don't have any A380 flights here currently. That will change in August when Qantas resumes A380 service from Sydney. Now, initially, that will not be a daily Sydney flight. The other flights will be apparently serviced. I don't know how many days a week they're going to have the Sydney flight going on the A380, but that will change in January when the when the Qantas A380 service will switch over to daily between here and Sydney. So, and I believe it's in the fall when British Airways is scheduled to resume flying to here from London Heathrow, but at least the current plans have it being a can't remember if it's 777 or Dreamliner service. I think it was 777. Masherbrunn Art LLC says, why did they build DFW north-south rather than east-west? Well, I believe that has to do with the prevailing winds. Most of the time, the winds are coming from the south. And so that only makes sense because that's how airlines like to operate. Or airplanes like to land into the wind and take off with the wind. No, yeah, land in, let's see. They're taking off into the wind and they land with the wind at their nose. Now, of course, it's not totally that way every day of the year here. I think somebody said the south flow, which is what we're in now, is what, about 70% of the time and 30% north flow. I mean, that sounds about right to me. We prefer south flow because we get a little better view of the aircraft. Coming over the bridge with the very hazy skyline of Dallas there in the background is American Flight 115, which is going to Honolulu. It's a 777-200. Where's our...
1998.
So that is a 26-year-old 777-200ER, or at least it was while it was in our shot, and that'll be taking off from over here. Desi Guy 22 says British Airways will be using the A350-1000. Oh, okay. So that'll be nice. You know, if you can't get the A380, the A350-1000, as we have seen two of those this morning, is a nice aircraft to watch. I see Beaker and Honeydew in the chat, a part of the Runway DFW Moderation Federation. Thanks again to all of our mods. Ron C says if the old South Observation Plaza was still open, then North Flow would be easy to watch. It is true. I never got to visit that facility before it was closed. Ryan Paulding says before Runway DFW didn't like the 777. Now I'm a fan of it. It's a fun plane to see. Well, how about a little variety here? We're going to flip over here to see a Delta jet on final approach. This is an Airbus A319 coming in from Minneapolis, St. Paul, flight 2972 on runway DFW at DFW International Airport. was a 21-year-old
Whiskey Golf, United 24-29.
A319 as we watch it's American Flight 115 to Honolulu there, now going to the left of your screen and coming in from
Echo Alpha, short of 18 left.
the right is, or from the left is flight 1996 to San Francisco. Quickly flip over to Volaris. Coming in from Guadalajara, an Airbus A320 flight 1800. And now, there goes the 777 off to Honolulu.
I'm way wrong, 1 left, American 23. Good day, this is one Navy, one the left, 1 right, 6 line, Kilo cross 1 left, go to the ramp, stay with you, American, slow, clear, Westerly miles cross, 1 left, ground, like 1800. That's 372, cross, 1 left, ground, 1 left, crossing an Alpha, 65 on the bridge,
Ryan Paulding says, Walt, my airlines I'd like to see come back are AirTran and Continental. Loved flying on Continental. Have to say, I'm not sure I ever was on Continental in my career of flying. Channel member, a few trains at returns from the supermarket. Dun dun dun. Jet Radar 24. I'm new to this channel, so Jet Radar 24, welcome to you. We come to you mostly from DFW Airport, occasionally from Dallas Love Field, and even more occasionally from other ports of call. As we look at a United 737-800, which is heading to Denver.
$19.99.
And that is a 25-year-old plane. And we're going to take a look at Emirates. Emirates daily flight coming in from Dubai. This is a 777, flight 221.
Get to American 2834.
So some rapid fire 777 action for you here on a Sunday morning, Runway DFW. That ends a flight of 8,041 miles. That took 15 hours and 12 minutes. And it landed about 5 minutes after its scheduled arrival. But it did make up some time because it took off more than an hour late from Dubai. Our moderator and channel friend and member of the channel, Smoke and Slice. I hope you all have a great day. I got to finish up getting these boys set up for church. Miss Harper is already dressed up and dressed in her Sunday best, ready to go. Of course, Harper, the recently arrived child of Smoke and Slice. I know it seems like I'm not really following along with that very well, am I?
Departure American staff 3247.
Well, it heads over to Terminal D. A Denver-bound flight still waiting for departure instructions. And so both of these, we've got a United and we've got an American flight, which are parked on the taxiway, and they're both bound for Denver. So I have to suspect that either there's a slot issue in terms of airplanes being able to land in Denver, or perhaps there's some weather issues in Denver and it just doesn't compute for them to take off quite yet. Jesus Ramirez says, good morning, Walt, wishing you a great Memorial Day weekend. Thank you. And Anna the Dispatcher, another one of our mods and channel members, says, good morning, Ascending Dragon 1 turned on the stream before I woke up. So I woke up to the calm sounds of Walton airplanes. Well, it was good to see both of you guys on Friday night. Stopped by. Anna's in the middle of a brutal, what sounds like a brutal schedule of 9 days in a row of work. So I hope you were able to get enough sleep without your hubby waking you up. Jet Radar 24 says that United flight isn't completely full to Denver. Well, I don't know about that. I mean, I don't know how you would know, but I guess if you... I don't know. Chloe Dean says, Walt, my flight from Miami comes in later today. Will you still be there? I will be here till noon Central Time. It is now about 10 minutes before 10 o'clock. So we'll be here for another 2 hours and 10 minutes or so. And yes, I will be closing my stream with respect to our friend Kevin at Airline Videos Live, who's got his big Sunday show. And I know many of you will be tuning over to that, and we will be sending you over there at the conclusion of this broadcast.
DFW Tower, American 1171, Eddie 18, right?
Got a CRJ 701 coming in from Oklahoma City, the home of one of our great mods. Who's away from home today, visiting a new niece. American Eagle 6381 on your airplane bingo card. The Will Life Imagined alerting us that the China Air cargo about a half an hour away. That should be a 747, so we're looking forward to that. Linda Kavinsky with a good morning from Chicagoland. Hello, Linda. Thanks for tuning in. Magoo Manor says, "Oh man, I was hoping to make Walt chuckle at my super chat, but I know he's busy. Much love." You know, I'm looking back for it here. I do miss some things. That is true. Looking back here, well, I don't know if I'll find it. I apologize for that. I try to see all of your messages, but sometimes they scroll by rather quickly. American Flight 1171 arriving from Jacksonville in Florida, 737-800. Well, it's good to know. Anna, the dispatcher, got a solid 8 hours of sleep according to her Apple Watch. And you know your Apple Watch would never lie to you.
Golf 8 cross 18 left, Foxtrot Alpha 65 on the bridge, American 1151.
Tower Envoy 3624, 18 right.
Rohit Prakal says my vet just texted me. Apparently my dog is going to have puppies in about 6 weeks. Well, congratulations.
Arnett B Park, 18 left, clear for takeoff, American 7.
Okay, Magoo Manor said, Walt, I had said that your Grackle soap opera moment was hysterical. You have a quick wit. Well, thank you. Okay, our Denver flights are now headed off, or at least the American Airlines one is. Flight 1756 to the Smile High City. And it looks like the United plane will be not far behind it. It's an Airbus A321. So whatever was keeping these planes glued to the ground has now been released.
American 1756 to departure condition.
Baker and Honeydew says, have a great day and Memorial Day weekend. Off to church. Thank you, Baker and Honeydew, for your services to Runway DFW. Have a great day. Got an American Eagle flight coming in from Springfield. One of the Springfields here in the USA. Every state seems to have one.
Tower 390, 2,398 for the Allies with 20 right.
There's a American Eagle 3624. And we're going to say that was Springfield, Missouri. Okay. There's our crane shot. Jimmy Henry says, good morning from Paint Lick, Kentucky. Country life.
Okay, Golf 8 cross 20 left, and then Golf to the ramp with you all the way.
Esther Grissom says, a Denver-bound flight sat there last evening and eventually returned to the gate. That does happen sometimes as well. You know, sometimes if a plane has to sit on the sit waiting to take off for too long. We saw this a week or two ago with another plane. It will have used up enough of its reserve fuel to make it have to go back to the gate and get some more gas up the tank. And we saw the other night, another occasion, where a flight just timed out. It was an international flight, and it had to wait to take off, and it waited, and then the pilot said, well, it had already been delayed by a number of hours, and the crew was timed out because they can only operate for a certain number of hours legally. Rohit Parkal, the fun fact, there are 67 Springfields in the U.S. And there are only, how does that work? There are only 50 states, but 67, so some states have more than one Springfield? Now that's confusing. Karen Munson says, I can still hear grackle sounds in the background. Your audio equipment is that good. Can also hear the wind. Yeah, I know about the wind. Not a lot I can do about that.
Perfect, thanks, United 2429.
American Eagle 6390 coming in from Colorado Springs, a CRJ 701 ER.
1690 Delta cross 1 left back to the Alpha route. That's ground to 65 Alpha bridge. Delta cross 1 left Alpha route. Contact ground.
All right, it's just about 10 a.m. Central Time.
Runway DFW on YouTube.
Coming to you live in Filmo sound, it's Runway DFW live from in color from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Texas. I couldn't remember if that song faded out or if it just ended, but well, that gives me a little, I rest my voice for a little bit there as you listen to the Runway DFW theme from the Runway DFW Artificially Intelligent Choir.
Tower running 2453, ILS 20 right.
So that's United plane off to Denver finally. This 20th century aircraft. Scheduled to leave at 10:12, and so it's what, about 50 minutes behind schedule. No, I'm sorry, it's scheduled to leave at 9 a.m., so it is an hour behind schedule. So if you're looking for that plane in Denver, it will have just taken off from DFW. Let me tell you what you just saw there. American Flight 1035 from Albuquerque, New Mexico. Another 737-800. An 8-year-old aircraft. And here goes American Flight 1285 off to Phoenix, Arizona. An Airbus A321neo.
Right on way 37. 37. Take off when I left our happy park on way 37.
Do you have the spirit? We do. Spirit Flight 2453 arriving from Los Angeles, an Airbus A321neo. And a reminder, if you're a fan of all things LAX, hope you will stay with us through noon when we will auto-magically switch you over to our pal Kevin at Airline Videos Live for his big Sunday show. J.R. Milton says, good morning, Walton, all running a tad late this morning. There's no such thing as late here at Runway DFW. As long as we're still on the air and you're watching, that's all good for us. That looks fuzzy. Looks like an American Eagle plane. Sounds like an American Eagle plane. It's an Embraer 175 coming at us from the home of Walmart, Bentonville, Arkansas. Flight 3796. Did we even have that punched up? I'm not sure that we did. Oh well. Wayne W. says, American Flight 1293, my wife Christina going to Georgia Tech to visit our daughter Abby. With love. So Flight 1293, I don't know if we'll see that on this side of the aeroport. Well, maybe we will. I don't see anything. Well, oh, it just took off. Okay, we'll tell you what we'll do here. Let's see, will we get it? There it is. So that's flight 1293 off to Atlanta. Took off from the east side, so we wouldn't have seen it actually taking off from the runway, but, well, we'll give a wave goodbye to your wife there, floating off into the ether.
Let's go take off on that plan.
American 1087 arriving from Bakersfield, California, an Airbus A320. It's about that time where we like to salute our channel members. So we should do that right about now. Should we do that? Does this work? My system is failing me here. All right, let's see here. No, that's not what I want. I'm trying to dial something up here. Okay, here we go. We're going to say thank you to our Runway DFW channel members. Turn that music down just a bit. Our thanks start, as always, with Runway DFW sponsor, James Webb. Thank you so much, James, for your great assistance to this channel. It is so much appreciated. Thank you again. Now, we will thank our Runway DFW Quad Jet members. And this list was prepared, I believe, was it midnight? Yeah, midnight today. So about 10 hours ago. If you're a new member since then, look for your name on an upcoming message, upcoming broadcast. Okay, 757 Chip, thank you. Airplanes FRA, Alan J, Angela Smith, Anna the Dispatcher, Baker and Honeydew, Bebe, Bill Platt, Brian D, Chuck TXK, Cubs Win, Dwayne C, James Webb, John, sorry, I'm having problems seeing this. I'm going to read these and it'll be a little bit out of order because I'm reading it off our playback here. So John Lipman, that's where we went. Josh Aldrich, Kevin D, Kirby Brooks Sr., KS Avgeek, Lori M, Michael Flannery, Michelle RS, I know it doesn't match with what you're seeing on the screen, Mike G, Netgear, Only Planes Network, Patrick Woders, Pete Nordine, Payathon, S35 Bonanza Pilot, Sarah the Real Deal, our friend Skittles, Steve Lundaby, Texas Girl, The Grinch, TNT Oh My, and Will Hutchison. Those are our Quad Jet channel members. Thanks to each of you, and thanks to each of our Tri-Jet and Twin Jet members whose names will be showing up here on the screen as we continue our broadcast. I hear Qantas coming in. So let's get set up for the Qantas flight from Sydney, Flight 7, a 7879 Dreamliner. There's me, looking for planes. I think before we see the Qantas flight, we're going to see American Flight 644 from Salt Lake City, 737-8. And then behind it will be Qantas Flight 7, a 7879 Dreamliner. So... here is the American flight from Salt Lake City. And now we're going to get set up to view the Qantas plane arrival.
American Flight 269, where are they going?
4 cameras to please you this morning. So far, they're all working.
Hard after layer, keep check off rolling 18 left, time 14202. Last way 18 left, 2269.
Flight from Sydney left 14 hours and 9 minutes ago on an 8,500 mile journey. And this is the Yam Dreaming livery, so this is a very nice livery, which even though we're a little bit backlit, we should get a fairly good view of it. Well, good day, mates. A buttery smooth touchdown. The Greckles welcome you.
And after layering 1 left, clear for takeoff by 4218.
And this plane is landing. Let's see here. About 25 minutes ahead of schedule. I'm sure its passengers will be happy to know that. Very intricate livery based upon, I believe, native Aboriginal design.
Let's pick up Envoy 39. Envoy 44 sky, runway left Envoy. Envoy 1 left, 144.
I'm operating on one eye now because some sunscreen has leaked down into my eyeball here. A little bit stingy. MRI says that's one very long haul flight. Ryan Paulding says the Qantas livery, different but like it. Graphic Sign and Design says off to work today. Thanks for DFW stream. Thank you for popping by, Graphic Sign and Design, and thank you for your membership and support of the channel. Well, we're going to have to reset now because we've got a little E-Jet coming in, not an E-Jet, a CRJ coming in, and right behind it the China Airlines cargo 747-400 coming in from Anchorage, as promised. So let me see here. It'll be a 20-year-old 747-400. Let's see if we can find that. There it is. So our second queen of the day, well actually, yeah. Our first one was pre-recorded. This one is live. We caught the Korean Air cargo off, I think it was to Atlanta if I remember right. Taking off at 7:30 this morning before we went on the air, but we did get to play it back for you. But this one is live.
Park 1 at left, no takeoff, onboard 3488. Runway 18 left, line up and wait, onboard 3690. Park 3 on 44.
So there we go. Again, we do not get any passenger 747s in here. I guess Lufthansa and Korean, I think, would be the only ones currently flying here that could do that as far as a 747 passenger goes, but we do get our share of cargo from a wide variety of carriers. That ends almost a 6-hour flight, 5 hours and 52 minutes from Anchorage.
Runway 18 left, line of way, 24.
Okay,
Got an American Airlines wide body getting ready to take off. It's flight 127. It is going to Shanghai. It'll be a 7879 Dreamliner. And we'll watch this plane for a moment or two more, and then we'll bring you that departure here on Runway DFW. And as you can see, airports aren't always entirely flat. We've got a bit of a rise or a bit of a dip there where the 747 is coming up from.
please take left, American occupancy. 185 coming in, way 35 tons. Roger, American 2416 today.
Well, I think we're gonna have to peel away from, well, not yet. Because I want to bring you the Shanghai departure. Center this one up a little bit better. Those almost look like Eastern Airlines colors, don't they, from this angle? Kind of the sky blue and the dark blue. Looks like the Shanghai-bound American jet is getting ready to be in position to take off.
American 2932, 128.
So we'll watch this turn, and then we're going to have to swing around our cameras. There it goes. Here goes the Shanghai-bound American Airlines plane. Wait for it. There it is. So some back-to-back wide-body activity for you here on Runway DFW as I continue to polish off my formerly iced Americano. Thanks again to all of our members, as we just saw their names flashing by on the screen. Put in our clock again. Ryan Paulding says, when I worked security for China Cargo and when it was taxiing to the gate, Everyone had earplugs. Not me. Loved hearing those engines. That sounds a little bit, I don't know, maybe not so good for your health, for your ear health.
630 approaching next. Pushing 630 DFW.
Dale Helton, channel member, says, hello, I joined late this morning. Not a problem. We'll be here with you for about another 90 minutes until noon Central Time, when we will hand things over to the capable aviation stylings of Kevin at Airline Videos Live. American 1378 to Boise, Idaho. It's an Airbus A321 on Runway DFW Live and in Filmo sound. Warren Rodriguez. Hi everyone, been a lurker since about an hour here. How's everyone doing? I'm doing good. Hope everyone else is too. AWR. And I don't think I've ever seen that name in our chat before. With a 747 Euro super chat. Hello Walt, thanks for the streams from DFW. Greetings from Germany. Did that go? Oh. So thank you so much, AWR.
One left on the way down with 3505. Runway 3756, full short runway 18 with kilo. Full short 1 left with kilo, runway 3756.
I see Luke, the random spotter, now chatting. Luke, another one of our wonderful mods. Lots of planes lined up to take off. Almost all of them American or American Eagle. I think all of them are. Have an American Eagle next to arrive from Tulsa, Oklahoma. CRJ. So 901 we are. CRJ 900 LR flight 5630 from Tulsa, Oklahoma was that one. Cleared for takeoff, American 2543 to Santa Ana, California, 737-800.
Order departure runway 3505. Sorry, Netty 2160, Netty. Netty 2160, 30 tower, runway 18 right, clear to land on 18016, got 36. We'll land 18 right, Netty 2160. Back to 1440 on there, the Larry, over 1 left, let's take off. RNAV Larry, clear to take off, 187, 1440.
Marietta, Texas says, hello, Walt. My birthday is 1 week from today, and I'll be in the Fort Worth area. Birthday?
1991.
I don't know if somebody's birthday is in 1991, but we do know that when we hear the word birthday, we know somebody's got a birthday out there today, tomorrow, this week, this month. So happy birthday to all of our qualified Runway DFW viewers on this Sunday, May 25th. Happy birthday as we watch United Flight 2160 arriving from Denver, the Smile High City. It's an Airbus A320. I was trying to get some more information on this flight while I track it, which is not one of my strong suits. It's a 22-year-old Airbus A320. And it's arriving about a half hour early from Denver. Where'd it go? There it is. After leaving about 5 minutes late, so picked up some good tailwind on the way in. We've got an American Eagle coming into view. An E-Jet. Oh, wait a minute, wait. We've got a Prowler here. Coyote. A brief look at a coyote kind of patrolling the fence line. We see those occasionally. A wily coyote, no doubt. Flamer Smasher MBX car, greetings from a now 57 degrees St. Louis Lambert Airport. 57? Wow. Let's see what we're up to here. Looking at the updated METAR, we've got 83 degrees Fahrenheit, 28 degrees Celsius. Wind coming out of the south about 20 knots, 23 miles an hour, with gusts to 28 knots, 32 miles an hour. So it's a breezy Sunday morning. We're about to take a look at American Flight 3746, American Eagle Flight 3746 from Billings, Montana. going to try to illustrate to you the wind velocity here. We have our Runway DFW sign, which is actually just a binder which I've slid into our logo and the indication that we're live on YouTube. And you can see it kind of clinging to the fence there very tenuously. The Will Life Imagine says we should be seeing EVA Air Cargo 777-200, 30 minutes out. Very cool. Doug Jackson reflecting back on our brief glimpse of the Coyote, plane spotting, and Wild Kingdom all in one episode. Of course, we did have the soap opera Grackles earlier. Flight 2811 coming in from Los Angeles, which of course will be where we'll be sending you after we get finished up. This is Flight 2811. Did I say that? It's an Airbus A321neo, American Airlines, on Runway DFW. Mariana, Texas says they've got a coyote living in the vacant churchyard next to where I live, and every time it hears a siren, it howls, even during the daytime. Mariana wants also to know if there's any plane spotting travel plans this summer. Well, the only one I've got is not until fall, at least scheduled, and that is our trip, which has now become an annual thing, where we start off in Los Angeles for the weekend, for the Cranky Dork Fest weekend, which is September 12th, 13th, 12th and 13th. Cranky Dork Fest is on the 13th, which is a Saturday in September. The day before, there's a big shindig up on top of the roof of the H Hotel, for which I haven't seen tickets go for sale yet. That is a ticketed event. Cranky Dork Fest is an AvGeek affair, which is staged in the little park next to the In-N-Out Burger at LAX Airport, and that's free. No tickets needed, and they do have door prizes and such, so it's a fun event to meet fellow plane spotters. You may see in the picture there an American Airlines 777 going to Seoul, South Korea. And speaking of my travels, Seoul, South Korea will be on our itinerary in September after we visit LAX. I think we've got a different spotting location at Incheon Airport this time, so hopefully that'll be some good viewing. And we may do some more at-large broadcasting, which doesn't involve airplanes. Last time we were in Seoul, we went on a bullet train, and we took you to a baseball game, and we went shopping on the streets of Seoul. So you never know what we're going to do. So I look forward to that, and I hope you will join us for some of our adventures. I know it's kind of at a weird time. Well, I mean, the times don't sync up very well, so you might have to watch it on replay. This is a 777-200ER from the year 2000, so it's a turn-of-the-century plane. About to embark on a 6,800-mile trip to the Korean capital, the South Korean capital. And to do that these days, it has to skirt around. Of course, the planes always have to skirt around North Korea airspace. That's verboten. And these days, they also have to skirt around Russian airspace. I remember the first time I went to South Korea on this, what was in 2016, what was whatever version of this flight number it was. I think it was also a 777 at that time. I remember the plane coming and going over Russian airspace. I distinctly remember that, but because of the current world situation, many airlines do not cotton to making a pass over Russian airspace. So makes it a little longer flight. MRI says I visited last Sunday the Greene County Airport near Xenia, Ohio. What was interesting is the local road tunnel ran under the north-south runway. Yeah, I've got one of those. I guess there's several airports that have those. LAX has one of those runways under, or road tunnels under the runway. And I think it's Gibraltar, the English colony at the tip of the Iberian Peninsula, which has a road that goes actually over the runway, because there's very limited space for an airport, so they had to make the road go through the airport. They don't have a tunnel, so they have to direct traffic across the runway. So this plane appears to be on the move. Once again, it's American Flight 281 to Seoul. 777-200.
Right heading 19 up to 10,000, clear for takeoff, 18 left, American 281 heavy.
plane taking off and another one landing as a mighty wind descends upon the airport property here.
At Whiskey Yellow, clearly cross 28 left, American 28. American 852, traffic hold, Golf 8, cross 21 left, down 25, American 1361, traffic hold, Whiskey Lima, cross 21 left, down. Actually, that should be a Foxtrot in Alpha, ground 0.65, top of the Alpha Bridge. Okay, Lima, cross 18 left, Alpha, Foxtrot, Alpha, and ground. 625 at Whiskey Lima, cross from 18 left, contact ground 185. Yeah, Whiskey Lima, cross 18 left, 185, American 44, Alpha, cross from 18 left, over the bridge, ground 165 on top. Cross 1 left, Alpha, bridge, American 44.
Rich Carlisle from Indiana says, good morning, Walton, everyone. Rich, a channel member. Got American Eagle 6293 arriving from where's this coming from? Waco, Texas. That's a short flight. About 31 minutes. Waco, the home of Baylor University, and the home of Dr. Pepper soft drink. There's a museum there. Never been to it. I'm not a big Dr. Pepper fan, but I would like to go see that Dr. Pepper museum someday. CRJ 701ER was that aircraft. And I think our tower cam has malfunctioned. When I switch to it, we don't see it anymore. I don't think I'll be able to fix it. The tower cam, I'll show you here. Oh, there. Is on top of this sign. And it has just stopped functioning. Maybe it's overheating, I'm not sure. It's plugged into a spare battery. But I guess we'll be doing without that little camera. It's actually a smartphone, actually, as you can see. So, no more of that for us for the duration of this broadcast. Another American Eagle CRJ about to touch down.
Go take off 18 left, our now clearing American now. Thank you, clearing.
That one arriving from Lawton, Oklahoma. Flight 6432, a CRJ 701ER. David Cavalcante, a channel member, says, hello everyone, I missed you all. I couldn't attend in your previous lives. Hello from Brazil. Good to see you. M.R. Rice says, Dr. Pepper, my number one drink. See, I didn't grow up with Dr. Pepper. They didn't even have it where I grew up in New York, New Jersey area, and early, that was a long time ago, and while Dr. Pepper existed, in fact, I think it predates Coca-Cola. Dr. Pepper does. It hadn't quite made it to the East Coast at that time. It was more of a regional beverage. But since then, I think it's actually surpassed Pepsi-Cola as the most popular soft drink in America. Coca-Cola is still number one, of course. Coming in from Calgary, American 3521, 737-800, Calgary in Canada, of course. Let's go over here. We got a Delta plane headed out.
American 2521, taxi via Echo and Whiskey Mike, hold short runway 18 left.
Echo Whiskey Mike, short 18 left, American.
Delta flight 2972 to Minneapolis, St. Paul, an Airbus A319. We were talking about Gibraltar before. Ryan Paulding says Gibraltar is an interesting airport. Here's a SkyWest branded CRJ. That one's coming in from Wichita, Kansas. CRJ 701ER, American Eagle Flight 6421, operated by SkyWest Airlines. I would like to thank very much Rich Carlisle for a $10 super chat. Great to see you on today, says he. And it's always great to see you in the audience. I know that sometimes our schedules are not conducive to everybody watching at all times, but I do try to mix it up as far as our air times to spread it out a little bit. We don't have any of those newfangled 24-hour streams like Kevin does at Airline Videos Live, but American Flight 2748 from Seattle, an Airbus A321 right there for you. Next out, American Flight 442, and this is an aircraft which I believe you'll be seeing later on the aforementioned Airline Videos Live on their Sunday broadcast, because it's going to LAX. An Airbus A321. So it's one of those times here on YouTube you may be able to see a plane take off on one channel and land on another. There's a yellow bird in sight. Spirit Flight 2461 to Salt Lake City. San Jose, sorry. San Jose, California. A little different. It's an Airbus A321 Neo. It's Friday night. We got to see one of the Spirit original liveries, or former liveries,
takeoff. On after that, runway left clear for takeoff, American service. Sky 6402, hold short of runway 18 left to Golf 8.
Gear up. Delta is about, no, this is the America West American Airlines livery. We saw this Friday night. This is headed to Puerto Vallarta. So earlier we saw the American Airlines AA tail livery, retro livery. We also saw the TWA American Airlines livery, and this is the America West American Airlines livery. I believe I said it's going to Puerto Vallarta. Short-term memory lapse. Robbie Batista says hello, everyone. And to me, hello, Robbie. We have a current temperature request from Lucy Hurtabees, and so it depends on where you're watching us from, I guess. In the U.S., we're calling it 86 degrees Fahrenheit. Elsewhere, 30 degrees centigrade, or Celsius, I should say. I'm old-fashioned. This flight coming to us from Boise, Idaho. Airbus A321, American Flight 1107.
Cross 20 right, hold short 1 left, 178 heavy. Skyline 6447, RNAV to depart for my 1 left, service takeoff. Depart 20 left, service takeoff, Kevin 447. American 1107, taxi, Echo, and Alpha, hold short 20 left. United 1634, DFW Tower, 1 left on the 1. I'm right lane left.
Lucy says, thanks, Walt. Pretty warm and humid, it seems. Sky looks hazy. It is a hazy sky. Normally, when we look towards the East Tower, we can clearly see the skyline of Dallas, Texas. Today, not so much. We've got United Flight 1634 to Chicago O'Hare, 737 700. A 27-year-old plane as of last month. Off to Chicago O'Hare, as we said. Couldn't tell if that camera was on or not. I don't have tally lights on my camera, so when I switch the source, I kind of have to double check.
officer, my 18 left, contact ground 25.
Cross 18 left, 25 the other side. Airport wait up, heavy.
So United off to its home base
My 18 left, contact
in Chicagoland.
Golf 8, cross 18 left, and ground 85, right? 85, man. Turning left 07 and out, cross my 1 left, over 30, 165 on
Got two Frontier planes in a row. Flight 1324 coming in first from Denver with Miguel and Lena, the island foxes depicted on the tail. Let's see if we can capture that for you. Kind of backlit, so hard to see. And the next Frontier flight, Flight 1426 from San Diego, an Airbus A320 with Pike the Otter on its tail. I think we just kind of sailed past the 11 o'clock time marker here. So let's rectify our lack of identification for you here. Here we go. I think this is what I want to play.
Viewers watch from everywhere. That's Walt behind the lens, hanging out with all his friends on runway DFW. On runway DFW. On runway DFW. On runway DFW.
Now in Filmo sound.
Behind the lens, hanging out with all his friends on runway DFW. On runway DFW. On runway DFW. The planes are in the air, viewers watch from everywhere. That's all behind the lens, hanging out with all his friends on runway DFW. 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 The planes are in the air, viewers watch from everywhere. That's all behind the lens, hanging out with all his friends on runway DFW. On runway DFW. On runway DFW. On runway DFW.
Once again, the Runway DFW Artificially Intelligent Singers with another one of our themes. We haven't played those in a while, so kind of recycling them. Let's see, yeah. American, let's see, I want to say American Eagle Flight 3982 to Cedar Rapids is poised for takeoff. Are we looking at it? There it is.
RNB Park, wide left, clear, takeoff on board 3982. 20 left, left, wait, American 3285. Ultra 1 left, don't take off with it, man.
So I don't think we'll have a chat extravaganza today because one of our behind-the-scenes cameras has gone out on us, and it's not in a position for me to get to. And so we'll just directly send you over to Kevin at Airline Videos Live when his broadcast is scheduled to begin at around the top of the hour. American Flight 3295 to Las Vegas, and Airbus A321 is sitting there. Meanwhile, we've got I think it's a Delta. There it is. Delta coming in from Salt Lake City, flight 2798. 24-year-old Airbus A319.
Tower, good day, United 1297, Netty 18 right. United 1297, right, 18 right, clear to land, United 1297.
American 2496 to Portland, Oregon is sitting there with its brakes applied, ready to rev up those engines.
2496, RNAV to V Park, left, takeoff.
Good takeoff, 18 left, RNF V Park, American 2496. YouTube 33.5.
Proceed on to runway 18 left at Whiskey Foxtrot. Envoy 39, 69 Golf 8, cross runway 18 left, contact ground 25. Golf 8, cross 18 left, 85 on the other side, envoy 39. 2798, Whiskey Lima, cross runway 18 left, contact ground point. Actually, taxi via Foxtrot and Alpha, ground point 65 on top of the Alpha Bridge. Frontier 1426, Whiskey Lima, cross runway 18 left, contact ground point 65. Right left, left,
Ryan Paulding wants us to know that an envoy flight from Abilene is 15 minutes out. Jim Green is watching from, I thought I knew a lot about Texas, but I don't think I knew there was a log cabin, Texas. So welcome to you. I do believe we've got a heavy jet on the way in as we watch this United plane on approach. Whoa. Little bitty lopsided landing there. But everything was recovered. It is windy today. So what is that heavy plane on approach? It is going to be EVA Air Cargo 777 freighter coming from Anchorage. A 3-year-old plane, so a pretty new plane. And of course, EVA Air passenger planes will be coming here in the fall. I think it's the fall, maybe it's December. But until then, we've got EVA Air Cargo. One of the few airlines that uses green as a primary color of its livery. It's going way down there, isn't it? A 6-hour and 1 minute journey from Anchorage. I'm guessing that was a midway point stop from Taipei.
Flight 1888, contact departure there. Flight 1888.
No other activity here on the west side at the moment. Oh, we've got an Eagle flight coming in from Abilene. Did somebody want to see the flight from Abilene? Oh, we'll dial that up for you. A little head-on shot of that 777 as it taxis to its cargo destination here on the west side.
Envoy 4185, DFW Tower, runway 18 left, line up the way, traffic crossing down the field.
18 left, line up the way, Envoy 4185.
Well, this is interesting. Now, I've never seen this plane before. We've got an Avalo Airlines 737-8 coming in from New Haven, Connecticut. It's an 18-year-old plane. I knew they flew in here, but I've never been here at a time when Avalo has made a flight here. So I'm going to try to bring that to you. I think it's going to come in on the east side, so we'll get a kind of a far away view of that in a few minutes. It is about, it says about 3 minutes away. I'm guessing maybe 4 or 5. In the meantime, Japan Airlines Flight 11 to Haneda Airport in Tokyo is now approaching the takeoff point here at runway 18 left. So we're going to flip on over to that. That's an A350-1000. We saw that come in earlier this morning. And now it's headed back to Haneda Airport in Tokyo. It is the first example of the A350-1000 that Japan Airlines received, and it is celebrated with a sticker on the back of the fuselage.
RW Park 20 left, clear for takeoff, American 2845. Okay, we're switching over 4185.
As we mention fairly frequently, this plane is actually just a skosh longer than the A380. So it's a big plane. So this plane heads back to the land of the rising sun. A 6,460 mile trip, which will take just shy of 13 hours on average.
Departure American 2845, see you. DFW Tower runway 3643 DFW Tower runway 1, right clear to landing.
18, right clear to land, runway 3643.
Heavy contact departure.
Departure Japan, everyone heavy.
Sayonara.
Are now clear.
18 left, line up and wait, American 817.
Target warning, envoy 4325, approaching ready.
Envoy 4325, DFW Tower runway 1, right clear to land, runway 015, 722.
When right clear to land, envoy 4325.
Rice thinks that's a cool looking aircraft, that JAL. Certainly is. Game Boy Lyric likes it as well. As does Lucy Hurtubise. Milo 101 says, how do you get so close to the runway? Well, we're not actually, well, you know, obviously we're not that close to the runway. Let me give you a wide angle view of where we are with our primary camera. Here's our desk there with our equipment on it in the foreground, and you can barely see the, now this is a wide angle shot, so it kind of exaggerates it a little bit, but if we tilt up and then push in, you can see where the planes are taking off from. Way over here. We don't have any planes over there right now, but that's where they would be taking off from the runway in the foreground. There's the East Tower in the background. Yeah, we're about 30 minutes away. We've got about 30 minutes left on today's Runway DFW broadcast. We do have a hard out today. We will be following up, well, we will be sending you over to Airline Videos Live at the top of the hour for their Sunday show. So, as Kevin would say, you can sit back and relax and just enjoy more aircraft. We'll shoot you over to the West Coast. But here at DFW, our next arrival is going to be an Embraer 170, flight 4325 from Harlingen, American Eagle, Harlingen, Texas.
Large bird at 500 feet.
I believe a pilot reported a large bird at 500 feet.
American 1811, we're 1 mile heading, 1 right. American 1811, DFW Tower, clear land 1 right, copy the bird.
Coming up right behind that, an Airbus A319 flight 1930 American Airlines from Eagle, Colorado. I think we still should have Korean Air going back to Seoul here in the next half hour.
With the kilo cross 18 left, 25, 30, 43, 25.
I believe that'll be our last big aircraft of the day, from our standpoint. Right behind it, we got another A319. This one arriving from Omaha, Nebraska. Flight 1811.
1930 and Golf Base from runway 18 left, taxi to Foxtrot and Alpha ground point 65.
One more flight number, or one higher number. We might have an overture for this one.
Tower America 2195, Nettie inbound lane right.
Another arrival now from San Jose, California. American Flight 1019 coming up next.
Right, clear to land, America 2195. Echo 4 and Whiskey Lima, hold short to land. Echo 4 Whiskey Lima, hold short 1 left, American 18 left.
As we get a pretty good gust hitting us right now. And another arrival in just a second or two. American Flight 2195 from Salt Lake City, an Airbus A321 on the channel. HDOT channel member says, just driven 295 miles first break. Thank you for keeping me and my dog company. Well, glad we could provide you with that service. Rob J. Phillips, did I miss this? Thank you for that $2 super chat, Rob. Okay, so now we've got, what was this? Flight from Salt Lake City. Salt Lake City. It's an Airbus A321. now it's going totally quiet over here. We have no incoming flights. Well, we do have one. It's about 3 or 4 minutes away from Vancouver, American Flight 1099, 737-800. Until then, we're in waiting mode.
American Local 7 Lima Bravo, DFW Tower, with Kilo, cross runway 1 right, cross runway 1 left, contact ground 25.
Hello. Yes.
We watch you work with Amarillo.
Amarillo, I've heard of that.
Yes. I love your voice.
Well, thank you.
It's
Well, thank you.
Yeah, there you go. It's soothing, and I can watch you all day.
Oh, well, I'm only on for like 3 or 4 hours at a time, but
That's okay. And
I've got plenty of stuff you can replay, though.
I was gonna say, and we're there with you.
Well, thank
we're
you.
Traveling
Oh,
in a month trip, and we finally made it back to Texas, and we're on our way back to Amarillo.
oh, how nice. Would you like to, I give you the option, would you like to wave to our friends on camera or not? No? Yes? It's up to you. Sure. Okay. All right, well, hold on. I got to turn around this camera. And we'll see you guys who, I'll point to you when you're on, and you are on. So thank you for stopping by to see us from Amarillo.
Amarillo, yes. Hi to Obi and Ed. I'll make them watch the video.
Aw, thanks so much for watching. We really appreciate it.
Appreciate it. It's nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you too. Pardon? Oh, picture? Sure.
Quick selfie.
Yeah, either. Just
whatever.
I don't like
Hang on.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Pleasure.
Pleasure to meet you guys. Thank you.
God protect you.
Thank you. Oh, so nice. All the way from Amarillo in the Panhandle part of Texas. I don't know how long they've been standing there waiting to say hello. I didn't look around to see. So I'm glad we got to meet them. Delta is, no, that's not Delta. See what this backlighting does for one's perception. So we've got H-Dot on the road. We've got these two nice folks who stopped by to say hello. That is the nice thing about the Cranky Dorkfest weekend out at LAX, where you get to see a lot of people who you know, you feel like you know them in the chat room, but you've never met them before. So I've gotten to meet Skittles and Luke, the random spotter, and O'Malley, and our friend from down under, the Peacock A380. So this is the flight from Vancouver, touching down. One of the longer North American flights that American operates. It's a 3.5 hour flight. Braxton, the Aviator 503, says there's 777-200 coming in to land. And the Will Life Imagine says a 777-300 less than 20 minutes out. So HDOT, with their itinerary, Southwest France to Normandy Ferry at 11 p.m., then 4-hour drive to central UK tomorrow morning. Wow. Well, yes, do pull over and get a little rest in as we get ready to bring you American Eagle Flight 4082 from Kansas City, Missouri, on the Runway DFW channel here on YouTube. And Embraer 175.
Well, Tower Alaska 442 left, give her 1 right. 442 Tower 1 right, give her 100, 100, Alright, we'll clear the land at runway 18 right, Alaska 414.
Sounds like we've got our first Alaska Airlines and probably our last Alaska Airlines plane of this broadcast coming in next, or pretty soon. Yeah, Alaska Flight 414 from Seattle will be a 737-800. That's going to be preceded, however, by American Airlines Flight 1523 from Denver, a 737-800. I spy a grackle. Gust of wind came in just as this plane was landing, but it didn't seem to have any operational impact. We'll get ready to bring you Alaska Airlines Flight 414 from Seattle next. I'd like to thank very much Bobby Lou for a $50 super chat. Hey Walt, it was a great honor to meet you at Founders Plaza on our trip back to Amarillo. Thanks for spending a few moments to meet us. Aw. Thank you so much to you. I do not charge anything for a meet and greet, but so nice of them to chip in. Nice folks.
All right, thank you.
I'm going to say the wind is gusting now maybe to 30 miles an hour. At least 25. Let's see what the old METAR says. Winds 19 miles an hour, 22, gusting 28 or 32 miles an hour. Hey, look at that. I'm pretty good at this wind guesstimation business. We saw Japan Airlines off to Narita Airport. Now we've got American Airlines with the 777-200ER going to the same airport.
Tower, hello, line 54.
1999.
So there's going to be a 25-year-old aircraft, be 26 in August.
190 heading up to Dallas, American 61 Highway. 10,000, 61 Highway. Clear liner 18 right, kilo 54.
And off it goes to Japan.
Line up 180 west, American 2387.
Cross 20 left, cross 20 right, travel to the ramp with you, local 8, just got shot in the second. Good night.
Cross 180 left, over ramp 21.
So we're now just about 10 minutes away from completing this broadcast and sending you over to Airline Videos Live for a full Sunday big show from LAX. I guess in case it gets busy before then, let me thank, first of all, our channel sponsor, James Webb, for all that he does for us. Thank you, James. Thank you to our channel members, of course, our hundreds of channel members. And so thank you for that. Thank you to our subscribers, our viewers, and a special thank you to all of our great moderators, the members of the Runway DFW Moderation Federation. They do just a terrific job here. And I always say it's the difference between a man with a camera and something you like to watch and you like to come back to again. So thanks to our mods once again. What we got here? Oh, this is I love this plane. Haven't seen this in quite a while here. Not really here at the time that it would land. It's a Denver Air Connection. And I'm trying to remember what the name of the aircraft is. I gotta look it up here.
RNAV Laird, 1 left, 15 American 1939.
So Denver Air Connection coming in from Clovis, New Mexico. This is a Dornier, or Dornier 328 3-310 jet. And I did look it up once. You know, obviously it's got its Got the jet suspended from the wings, and the wings are on top of the fuselage, so you get a really nice view out of the windows, I hear. It was originally designed as a turboprop plane, and they re-engineered it as a jet.
Route 2 departure and look at weekend.
It's a 24-year-old plane dating back to 2001. Yeah, I'm really glad we got to see this again. I think we featured this once on one of our thumbnails when we saw it, but that's been a couple of years now since I've seen that. Pretty rare aircraft, so if you ever get a chance to fly it, it's a Key Lime Air. I think it's operating as Denver Air Connection. I'm not sure. But I think to make the Denver Air Connection, you have to go to Clovis, New Mexico, and then go on from there. It's one of those, I think, the government subsidized routes.
American 19, 08,
So very cool. Braxton, the aviator, says, never seen one of those before. I know, pretty rare. And it does look like we're starting to get... We had a pretty clear view down the runway earlier today. Now that it's heating up, the view is a bit distorted.
Departure, likewise. Good day, Emirates 4585.
And there it is, taxiing in front of the what will be the superstructure of the new Terminal F here at DFW Airport, scheduled to open up in about 2 years from now. Well, if that has to be the end of our... Let's see. Let me see what we got on tap here. Well, we've got an ABX Air .767 cargo going to Cincinnati. It's on the radar. This is a plane that often will appear on the radar way before it actually heads out. Although it is scheduled to leave at 12, but we're going to be off the air by then. Because we do, as I said, have what we call in the business a hard out today, because we want to make sure that you don't miss a second of broadcasting from Airline Videos Live. Or we don't have a partnership. I don't want to imply that we have some arrangement, but I respect Kevin so much for being a big part of the inspiration of this channel. That whenever I can, I don't like to broadcast at the same time he is. So this may be our last arrival, American Flight 1908 from Las Vegas, and Airbus A321. Alright, so I think that's gonna do it for this edition of Runway DFW, live from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. I do hope very much that you are well and happy, that you will come back and see us later this week when we continue broadcasting from DFW Airport or Love Field, I'm not sure which. Typically we're on the air Tuesday and Thursday nights, but that's always adjustable based upon weather and other situations. So, thanks again. The Will Life Imagine says there's still a 777. It's literally on approach. It is. Okay, we'll wait for that. American Flight 51 from London Heathrow. So we'll wait for that 777. It is a 10-year-old 777-300ER. It's kind of far out.
All right, line up wave on board 4307.
Trying to get it inside on our sun-drenched viewfinder here. There it is. Flight 51 from London. Okay. This will be our last plane.
That B Park 18 left clear for takeoff on board 4307. Echo Alpha, hold short 18 left.
So there you go, exactly at noon. This plane touches down from London. How does that comport with its schedule? It was scheduled to land at 12:30, so it's a half hour early. So welcome to our passengers from London, and we're about to say to you, our Runway DFW viewers, goodbye for now.
Sunday is fun day on Runway DFW.
Well, we did have some fun today, didn't we?
Runway DFW.
So that once again does it for us. Thanks so much for watching, and we'll see you soon on Runway DFW. When our stream goes dark, you will be switched auto-magically over to Kevin at Airline Videos live from LAX. Bye for now.
overseas acts and promotional consideration furnished by Pan American World Airways, the world's most experienced airline. Pan Am makes the going great. This is Dick Tufeld speaking.